Have an Iron Eye and a Raider, okay. I don't know. I feel weird still playing Night Rain. Like, I don't know. I feel like most people have kind of gotten bored with the game, but I don't know. I still have fun with it. Can only enjoy it with friends. Yeah, I mean, I like playing with randoms, but I think that's because I'm streaming. Dude, he has defeating enemies restores HP. Yeah, some new cosmetics if you reach like later depths would be cool, honestly. No, there's a good amount of people in depth 5. Wait, what? All of them, dude, whatever. He's got to be close to staggering. Done so many charged R2s. Hello? How have you not staggered yet? Dude, what do you mean? Big damage. What is going? What is going on? It's stance breaking. Okay. These guys have Night Invader. Guys, Everjail. Okay. Do they have the church health stuff? Sure. Might be an easy boss. No KO. No, not this time. Honestly, we should probably get the church above this one. Hell, we could even do the invader camp. me out of here. I don't want to die. Freaking ulting a scarab, dude. I don't know if I agree with doing this camp right now, but I mean, it's okay. Golden Halberd. Oh, and we're against Caligo? Did I say Caligo? I meant Tricephalos. Ailments? Oh, that's fine. Okay, we need affinity negation. Dude, it's gonna be frickin' Everdark doggies, probably. Ugh. Today the day, we'll see. On any of these, really. Oh, the poison and frostbite, poison and frostbite is really nice. The hell was that? Oh. Holy crap. The heal. Get him, boys. That was fun. An upgrade. I really need to get more like weapon buffs. Holy attack. Oh, that's good, actually. You guys are doing great. They doing an Everjail? Oh no, they opened a Rise. Oh, Nightmares in 2 days, yep. Been an okay day one. Not bad. HP. Mind if I do? Can we kill the lion here? Oh, that's a bad idea, probably. I'm gonna look. Oh no, it's not a lion. Who's that for? I mean, I guess shared order is good against skeletons. Oh wait, I have shared order on... I need fire damage negation, actually. We need to look for that. Pretty good damage. Come on. Hit me. Hit me. Dude, Raider has, by the way, Raider has triple defeating enemies restores HP for allies. Let me guard counter, damn it. He's just getting permanently stunned by frickin' Iron Eye. Ooh, guard counters activate holy attacks. That's good. Okay, yeah, we need to get fire resist. Like... Sure. Used foot? I used it too late. I didn't actually get anything from it. Hey, Cypher. How did we knock him off so quick? There were Star Fists, which maybe I should have dropped those for Raider. I don't know. I mean, Starfists aren't that good against the doggies, I don't think. Oh boy. I don't know if we should do this. I feel like this is a bad idea. Like we just don't have the he one-shot me? I think we just leave, guys. So I don't think this is worth it. Oh. Yeah, I feel like if you don't have a Duchess or a Recluse, doing Blackblade, the gargoyles is just like not worth it. Shattering Crystal absolutely destroys them. What is he weak to? Nothing. But he has no resistances against magic, I think. Like Shattering Crystal absolutely just fucking destroys him. Oh yeah, yeah, Strike is good, you're right. Oh, good circle for us at least. Ooh. Holy attack power. Ooh. Go that, and then cast. I do need fire resist. I need to check the shop. The thing is, I don't need resistance. I need, well, I need fire damage negation. Maybe there's some at the shop, though. I think it's time to get rid of this halberd and just keep the holy one. Guard counters, flask restoration. Oh, damage negation at full HP. I guess I'll get that. I mean, we have guarding ups damage negation, taking damage, and full HP, so... I mean, it's decent. Coming. I should just let him die, I think. You got this, buddy. Oh, goodbye, Kim. That's okay. Alright. Holy attack power. All resistances down. Well, resistances don't matter, I guess. You know what? I think we just leave that guy. He doesn't drop a buff anyways. Whatever, dude. God, I wish I had a normal halberd right now, though. Wait, what? That guy come up the staircase? How did he get up? Bruh. I mean, I agree. We should prioritize the buffs. Through the holy attack power. Valeria's tree is really good. I don't know what I'm doing right now. I wish I had fire damage negation, chat. Oh. Wait, that might be better. Broken stance activates endure. Well, the thing is, does the jelly shield have good fire damage negation? Where the fuck's... Where's Raider going? Damage is good. I'm tanking.
There is no.
I have charge attacks gives damage negation, which is good. Nice ults. No, the guard counter doesn't count as a charge attack, sadly. That was dumb. What? Alright, well, honestly, I would have... I don't even really want damage negation at full health. I would have rather had, like, fire damage negation or something. I'm just gonna get chipped through the shield anyways. I don't know if the jellyfish shield has good damage negation against fire. Well, it's just I'm gonna lose it blocking the dogs. I don't think any of my teammates have space. Alright, well, if it's not Everdark, it should be a free win, but... if it's Everdark, we're probably cooked. Oh, it's normal, right? Doesn't it normally start as 3 otherwise? Sometimes he doesn't do a follow-up. Nice. What? What? Get him, guys. Just stressing over nothing? Yeah. Well, if it was Everdark, it would have been a different story, I think. Those guys were good, though. Two games away. Guardian has the lowest fire negation. Yeah, he is a bird after all. All right. Yeah, I actually didn't know. Apparently Revenant has highest fire damage negation. Oh shit. Guy was gonna play Guardian. I guess he... Oh shit, it's... Do I play Guardian on this? I don't know if I want to. I don't remember what I have on Revenant. I think I have like a bunch of fire attack up or something. Rip stream title? Yeah, I know. I probably shouldn't have put Guardian in my title. That's alright. I don't know. Guardian just feels so bad on Caligo. Just feels so useless. Maybe if you went for like the Faith Guardian, could be okay. Taking damage causes frost buildup. Well, that's not good. We have a lot of fire attack, though. Yeah, I need to find frost resist. The summons that Revenant can get are actually like so good though. I guess I'll get Shattering Crystal for now. Could still be useful. Damn, Iron Eye is frickin' flying, dude. I feel like we should do the Madness camp here too. Wait, isn't there... Hold on, I'm gonna check the... Please don't die, guys. Oh, we got Flame Sling with fire attack power and spell FP. Awesome. These guys with their fancy movement. Should have probably taken the negation. Where's your Guardian gameplay? Yeah, I'm on Caligo right now, and I really didn't want to play Guardian. It's like the one I hate the most. Oh god. You know, I'm just gonna ult. No, I should put... I'm getting bullied! Thank you for the raid though, Kata. From downtown. Yeah, the fingerprint birds are messed up. This is a good day one so far though, like we're already level 7. I've got 2 keys as well. Do we want to do this? I'm just gonna open it. Oh god. Maybe this is a bad idea. I don't know. Kind of concerned. Yeah, I don't know about this one. It's kind of concerning. I need to frostbite them. Oh god, Iron Eye. This was probably not worth it, but, you know. Magic damage negation works for his, like, frost attacks, I think, so that's nice. I was thinking about dropping the seal, but I feel like it's going to be a Royal Revenant. Oh, nope. It's cavalry. I hate chasing these things. So annoying. I guess we should give that to Wilder. Guardian shrank a bit. Yeah. Yeah. What was that? Physical attack, guarding ups. Oh, that would be good. That would have been good if I was on Guardian. Airballs are doing a lot. Was good for Mr. Iron Eye. No? I don't think the circles... Wait, what was it? Oh, I see. Yeah. Hi. Did they arrive? I don't know if I want any of this. mean, flask healing restores FP is nice, but I don't really think I need that. I'm gonna go check up here. The seals. On my way, gentlemen. Alive. Wow. I don't know if I should have taken the gradual restoration. Like, I'm not sure if it's always worth taking. I used to never take it on Revenant because just the health pool is so tiny. No, it's not guaranteed Everdark. I don't know if Flame Sling or Black Flame is better. Yeah, we have what? Wait, I have 2 Night Invaders on. What the fuck? That's not what I'm supposed to have. I thought one of those was Everjail. These guys are good though. I'm feeling pretty good about this team. Holy. Woo! Chill, guys. Miss constantly. This catch flame is shredding him though. I mean, sorcery and encase, dude. Like this buff could be insanely good. It's double duration, which, like, if you get Golden Vow, like the incantation Golden Vow, that would be so good. It would last like 3 minutes. No, that's insane. Get your rises. Yeah, I can get the one here at least. Wait, no. We don't want to go castle yet. Yes, they do. Wait, where are they going? Hey, Fire Scorpion Charm. I hope we do the invader camps. Do I need reduced spell FP costs? Honestly, I don't know if doing castle right now is the play, but the thing is, I guess there's always the chance that the circle doesn't end in the castle. So... in that situation, it's good. Dude, come on. I'm coming, team. Right in the face. Maybe I should have kept that shield. I don't know. I do need resist. Our black flames are doing a lot at least. Oh, frost resist. I need this. Unfortunate. I'm doing nothing, but whatever. I don't want to waste. Ooh. I mean, no. Do I want that? I mean, it has fire damage, but I don't know what is our wilder. Yeah, I could have. I don't have that much stamina though. Oh, I don't know about going up for this one. Well, whatever. I would have gone down for this church in the invader camp, honestly. And then we could also have hit the mine. I really need to get a purple stone. Oh. This is not what I want to do right now. I should... Maybe we can just kill this thing fast enough. Might be fine. I mean, we're already here. Come on, Iron Eye, where's the frickin' mark, dude? Oh, this is so good, though. I'll take the winding, though. I need a stone. I think that the DLC will make the perfume talisman more relevant. That's my guess. Let's do the mine first. I think there might be a perfumer class. considering it would be cool if there's a perfumer class and you could like choose any of the perfume bottles to like start with, or maybe like a relic effect that like, makes you like start with the perfume bottles you need. I don't think we have enough time for that. We do the invaders here? Where's the invaders? These guys. Where are they? Oh God. This is how we throw, chat. Alright, that was stupid, but whatever. Let's run, guys. Would have done Everjail. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't. My team doesn't have Night Invader. I fucked up though. I have two Night Invader perks on. Oopsies. I just figured the Night Invader camp was easier because it was right next to the tree. Like we had more time to do it. Yeah, I'm supposed to have the or the Everjail on. Oh God. Oh, this guy has rot upon precision aiming. Dang. Sick. What? Oh, is this the no FP cost one? Yeah, the thing is, I really don't have much damage. Oh, jeez. Really don't have much damage negation. Oh, the insta. Go Wilder. Oh, geez, Wilder. Thanks, gentlemen. Oh, resistances. Well, actually, I don't know. I already have 112 frost resist. Maybe affinity negation is better. What do you guys think? Or, I mean, these are all good. I don't know. I'm more worried about dying than I am about the damage. All right, I'm coming, team. These guys are fast, man. I gotta say, like they have been these have been good teammates. They're quick. Increased damage taken after evasion. Yeah, I could just drop this. Oh, that's good. Wish I had spell casting speed. Oopsies. Oh, he ulted me. Thanks, man. Oh, no way. Oh my god. Okay, this is... Oh, he's dead. Right up the ass. Oh, I missed. What? Excuse me? I think he's gonna die to poison. Well, my team didn't even go down. Good job, guys. I freaking juiced that Wilder up with some loot though. He dropped something actually. Carried. I was doing good until the end. Yeah, I was just getting one shot. I did a lot of damage there though, chat. Yeah, we're gonna go out with Birkenhead. Yeah. Might be a bit late. Yeah, I'll think about it. All right, well, one away, chat. All right, I'll be back in a sec. Oh yeah, hold on, let me fix my Revenant relics before I forget. Do I have an Evergel one? Oh, I have a green that's like this. Okay, I can just use the... Unless I have something that's better. I don't think so, though. Yeah. Evergale, Night Invader, or Frost. It's a good build. Good fire build. I mean, to be honest, if you're not, I feel like if you're not going to use this shield, well, okay, I don't know. I kind of feel like if you don't use the shield and go for guard counters, you might as well play Wilder. Wilder has like insane survivability because you can just survive getting killed. But yeah, I'm going to use the restroom chat. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Yo, what's up, Cyrob? We are one match away. One match away! Time to get frickin' Everdark. Oh, it's frickin' Kaligo again, dude. Whatever. I'll go Guardian since he's going Revenant. Okay. I mean, Wilder and Revenant are both good. No mage against Kaligo. Is Revenant not a mage? I feel like, dude, my game's lagging. What the hell's going on? I'm at like 50 FPS. I don't know, my game is like... close out of some stuff. Maybe that'll help. I mean, I would argue Revenant is like better for Caligo. Dude, what is going on with my game, dude? It is running like ass. Like, dude, it's so laggy. I don't... My... What is going on? I kind of want to reboot the game, but... Oh, it's... Dude, it's fucking stuttering, like, really badly. Sooner. Don't forget the church, gentlemen. I mean, you can see the FPS is dropping. It's like going down like 50 or 45 sometimes. It's so weird. I've never had it lag like this. Oh my god, will you stop? Sorry, team. I'm fucking griefing. Doesn't help, my game's running at like 2 FPS right now. Yeah, I forgot to loot. Dude, I'm sorry. I'm just... Guys, we don't want to be here. We're gonna die. We're gonna die to the... Okay, I don't know. I guess I'm going for it. I think I'm gonna die to, like, timer. Oh, we'll probably end up back in the lake again later. There's no timer on day one? Oh, really? Day I learned.
It is done.
Dude, this is such a bad circle. "45 FPS, man." Oh, well, that's awkward. I thought you said there's no timer. Dude, why is my game? Oh my god, this shit is. I'm gonna be fucking. Oh, I'm gonna be complaining this whole game because of this lag. I should have just left right at the start and reconnected. The game is running like such fucking ass, dude. It's pissing me off. I need to restart it, I think. It's just... Revenant's going for her. You restart now, you'll lose those runes? Oh, that's great. Fantastic. I don't know, maybe I should have got the runes back. This is so... I'm so fucking annoyed right now. God. My games just have 44 FPS, you know. Great. It's fantastic. Oh, let's go Wilder. Teamwork, baby. Stacking HP loss, it's fine. Like barely going down anyways. I've already ran away. Maybe I can pick it up. I don't know. This run's so scary. Alright, here you go, Revenant. Ooh, let's go. Go Rev. I don't know what the other one was. I like everybody being so low. Why does this guy only have like 200 freaking health? Oh my god, she ulted again. I didn't even realize. My savior! They are doing so much damage, actually. These guys, I'm doing freaking nothing in comparison. My rot's helping a little bit, at least. Butt slam! Oh, that's awkward. I didn't know that. I thought when the boss died, the ads despawned. I'm gonna get the improved dodging. Yeah, I mean, the guard counter is good, but I'm against Kaligo. Like, Holy's not gonna do shit, and I'm not gonna guard counter him, so. I just wish my game wasn't running like complete ass. Take some skill attack power, I guess. What are these guys' relics anyways? Do they have Night Invader? Oh, Revenant has Night Invader. Wanna do it? Where's the invaders? Wait, did we already kill them? I'm confused. Huh? Huh? Dude, I don't want any of this shit. And then my game is still lagging. All of these drops are just terrible. Like, I don't want anything. I don't want any of this. And then I have a fire weapon, but it has continuous HP loss. Honestly, we might have... This is so annoying. And then I have, like, damage negation at full health. We probably just need to use the Garandal, I think. And drop the Anspur Rapier or something. Yeah, I could give the passive to somebody else, I guess. On Caligo, the passive kind of sucks ass anyways, so... Doesn't even really matter, to be honest. Serious? Yeah, the candle's good. I'm having such a miserable time because of this lag. It feels so bad. I'm playing in fucking slow motion. There's like nothing more annoying than lag. I don't know, dude. I hate when I'm lagging in a game. Nothing has changed, guys. I just played 2 games that were perfectly fine. What was that random lightning strike? there's a fire weapon in the shop here. The Fire Omen Cleaver with Eruption. Maybe that's a good choice. I don't know. No way! Sooner. Good. Oh, that chips? Oh no. We have time, but... I'm sorry, guys. Oh no. I'm so bad, bro. Oh, what am I doing? Not like this, guys. I'm so sorry. We're cooked. We're cooked. I'm so bad, man. We have to kill this guy. Can we kill him still? This could end really, really, really badly. Well, you know, worked out, barely. He bleed procs? No way that I can't get a single one off. Oh, my bad, guys. Oh, jeez. And I have freaking reduced max HP, which is terrible. Careful, gentlemen. Oh god, I'm actually kind of concerned right now, guys. No way. Oh my god. Wilder! Good luck, buddy. I do have a Wending Grace, but I really don't want to use it here. But, I don't know. Oh, let me crawl. I'm sorry. Does he not have any healing left? Oh my god. I'm sorry, Wilder. He's doing good. No way, bro. I'm so sorry, Wilder. I'm so sorry. I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry, Wilder. I feel bad for this guy, honestly. Did I have ult there? Does it regen while you're dead? Oh, great. Now I'm at frickin'... I'm sorry, Wilder. No way. No way. Be careful. I should not have blocked that. That's okay. Full HP. What? Wait. Oh no. Oh, we're fucked. Well. The stupid HP loss fucking relics. I'm so dumb. Well, minus 600 or 400, I don't know. Oh, that's so shit, man. Too greedy with the passives. I mean, I don't know if it was the passives that were really the issue there, to be honest. I mean, yes, but we were still, like, that was still shaping up to be like a 20-minute long fight. Dude, Draconic Tree Sentinel is such a fucking annoying boss, it's kind of insane. I got such bad drops in that run too. I should have tried to inflict rot on him though. Oh my god. Great. Great. What's up? Hi. Whatever you want to do.
Thank you guys.
Okay. No. I don't know, Draconic Tree Sentinel is just so annoying because you can't... Like, I can't really do anything against him as Guardian. Guard countering him is literally just suicide. The game is running perfectly fine now. I'm pretty sure it was that specific lobby that was causing the issues, but... I will restart it. I mean, I didn't play very well in that last fight, to be fair. I was goofing around a little too much. The thing is, when one person keeps going down, it's so rough. I mean, I was also one of the people that kept going down, but yeah, that was just brutal. And then on top of that, like, I have to, I don't know. I'm like, I wish I had better, my relics for Guardian are good, but like, if I go down once, everything becomes horrible. Guardian does perfectly fine damage. It's just, it's so fucking annoying, because like, I have one that has, I don't have like a single good yellow one. Like every single one of them has some bullshit effect on it. And then like, this is a good one, except it has near death reduces max HP. But it's like, these are the only relics that I have with guard counter and max HP on them. So like, yeah, I could get rid of the effects, but then I'm just losing 20% health. I don't know, man. Fucking relic system in this game is so annoying. Why didn't drop the HP loss item? I mean, you guys are acting like we lost the game because of the HP loss thing. Like, I also have poison build up when below max health. So I was fucking dead no matter what. I don't know. It's like look at this. Like, this is a really good relic, except the curses are fucking complete dog shit. Like, literally 3 of the worst curses. Hey, Araragi, thank you for the 5 months. And like, I have this one, I guess. I don't know, man. Well, status buildup doesn't... Maybe you missed the patch notes, Yumi, but if you block, you don't take status buildup. You block elemental, you still do? No. You don't take status buildup if you're guarding anymore. See, this is what I mean, though. It's just like, it's so... I don't know, man. And then it's like, this one would be good, except it has poison buildup when below max health, and I don't want double poison buildup when below max health. I guess this one... Maybe. I mean, like, this one's okay as well, but... Oh, man, some of these curses just really suck, dude. Like, this one's good, but it also has poison buildup. Uh... Am I gonna try Valor Mortis? I got a key for it. I don't know, though. Like, this relic is really good, but it has the poison buildup. It's just, this is the thing that's so annoying with the relics. It's like you have to deal with the curses and the colors. It's like you could have a really good relic, but then sometimes you're gonna have to stack. Like, you don't want to stack multiple curses, so... And it's so annoying. Oh, one away and then we lose. Dude, we're further away than when we started today now. You just hack them in. Yeah, but then it's like, what is that? Like, what are you even playing for anymore? I mean, apart from just, you know, like having fun, of course, but then there's like, I don't know. Still nice. It's still nice to actually get the relics legit. Ah, man, I really needed to lock in more in that last round, dude. I really... This build should be better. I don't know. Poison isn't that bad, I guess. Man, I wish this relic had something. I wish it just wasn't near death reduces max health. It's so bad. Yeah, stamina recovery on hit is nice. I just don't think I have really anything that's great for it, though. All that grind for being one shot at depth 5, yeah. Oh, that last loss, frickin'. That was painful, chat. That was so painful. I'm so sad. God damn it. Oh, that was so rough. I need 4 wins now. I was 1 away and now I need 4. Like, bruh. Bruh. My health pool is so small now, too. It's like 200 less HP. I don't want the relic that gives... I don't know what I'm doing, chat. Eh. God damn it, dude. I'm so annoyed that I just wish these relics, like, I'm so close to having a good setup for Guardian, but it's so annoying that I just don't have quite what I want. Well. Well, he went Iron Eye. Oh, it's Libra? Fuck. No, I'm not muted. I don't have anything to say. Come on. Oh, nice. I'm trash. Thanks, Iron Eye. Awkward. Oh, oh yeah, this Iron Eye's been like stream sniping me, I think. I mean, whatever, I can't stop people from doing that. Or Raider, yeah. Or two. Do we want to go here? Where's the T? I don't know what we're doing. Doing the Everjail. Oh boy. Oh boy. That's Frost and Bleed on it. We could bait the invaders. Might not be a bad idea. Oh my god, I can't block him. Could kill these invaders. Maybe this is a terrible idea with how this has been going for Raider. Oh god. Also, my game is lagging again. I don't know if it's because of the pest event. Dude, what is wrong with this game? Seriously. My game is at 45 FPS. I don't understand. I guess my PC needs to be restarted. I have no idea why it's lagging. It must be my I mean, it's definitely my PC. Maybe there's like a Windows update queued in the background or something. Big damage. Ooh. Your death. I don't know, man. Oh. I mean, we've got good gear at least this run. Commander's standard. And should probably just drop this. Honestly, I'm just gonna drop it. If we have Core Frost Stomp on this anyways, if we want to rock Frostbite. Dude, level 11 day 1 though? That's kind of crazy though. Shared order if it's Tibia Mariner, I guess. I have no idea what's going on with the frickin'. Why is my game running like ass? There's like something running in the background. I don't know why it's so weird. Raider's got some. Oh wow, he got. Oh damn. Or did I say Wilder? I meant Raider, but. Dude, Raider's doing so much damage with those jumps. Hell yeah. Ooh, guard counters. Dude, Raider is slapping. Get him, Polsky. Maybe he wants that. Maybe I should take that, honestly, just to apply the status. Holy shit, the game looks so bad with the graphics settings. Do we go up for this one? I don't know. Kind of far, but we do need flasks. I mean, we're level 13, so... Try full screen? I mean, I've always played like this, so... I don't know. We want to get the tree here? I don't know. I feel like we have so many... Like, we might... I mean, our builds are, like, pretty good. Well, I don't know about Polsky, though. He's looking kind of... I think we just go for a church run now. I don't know. It feels like kind of a waste to just run around, but I mean, we need the churches, so... I think the churches are more valuable. Yippee! I don't think it works on the invaders, sadly. Do we kill the invaders here real quick? Oh, great. Oh, I'm dead. No, I thought I was locked on. I don't know if I should keep the I don't know, man. The double status flail? Yeah, but like... all my damage is guard counters. And the flail is like fucking potato range. Why are you teleporting? Fucking 2 feet away, dude. There's the damage. Ugh. Want to go top boss? Thanks. Let me guard counter you. My guard counters do so much damage, what the fuck? Try to get top boss if we can. Well. Maybe get a upgrade for Iron Eye. Oh. Did I go back for the Manbreaker? No. Also, chat, you remember that tower that took me like 2 hours to climb in baby steps? There is another tower on top of that tower, but it only appears if you have sunglasses on. But apparently it's like really difficult. I would rather have taking damage boost damage negation. Are they fighting a boss out there right now? This is not good, guys. I fucked around for too long. I hope I don't die to the timer. I don't think I will, but Damn, nice ult, dude. I don't know. I mean, Flame of Frenzy Wall Walk, maybe Flame, I don't know. They were all good. Guess I'll take it. Oh, does it apply madness to you? He's got Godslayer's Greatsword, but that shit's gonna get me killed. All right. We have a lot of damage negation.
Me.
I don't know if eventual greatness is a good idea, chat. What do you think?
The time is ripe.
Oh boy. That's very unfortunate. Oh, it's so stupid that they get iframes like this. That's so... I'm throwing, chat. Oh, okay, Polsky's got me with his ult. Oh, level lost. Great. No, dude. Come on. Oh, I'm throwing. I'm throwing. I'm the fucking, well, I got my ult. I'm sorry, guys. God damn it. Oh my god, Raider is gaming? Holy shit. Never mind, I'm trash, okay? Dude, I'm sorry. Just leave me fucking, just leave me. It's like, dude, I go for like one attack. The moment I go for anything, circle, 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 circle. Just freaking leave me dead, honestly, man. Fuck. I'm not being careful enough. Honestly, we should have given the frickin' Wending Grace to Raider, dude. This guy is gaming. Honestly, he's doing fucking super good. Although... Keep it up, gentlemen. How, dude, Raider, what the hell are Raider's perks, dude? How is man alive? Raider, you're so hot and sexy. Okay, I am getting fucking carried. And wait, you procced a map. No way, dude. God, I hate the Guardian dodge. I saw it coming. Oh, I'm so bad, guys. I'm so sorry. Oh, Raider, I'm sorry. Just sprint away. Yeah. I think I'm retiring from Night Rain after this game. This is embarrassing, dude. I'm like... Honestly, I think they're gonna do it, though. I think they're gonna carry it, dude. This Raider is, like... He's fucking built different. This Raider's actually insane. Oh no. I have a lot of damage negation too, but I'm just getting fucking floored, bro. I was not complaining about the Raider. I was saying he was having a rough time at the start, but he's fucking locked in, dude. I'm actually like, is he about to come ult me and save my ass again? Oh no, careful. Raider, you deserve everything. I'm dead again. That's great. Just kill him, guys. Just fucking kill him, honestly. Just... I don't want to play this game anymore, chat. I don't think I've ever had a worse match than this. This is just embarrassing, dude. Actually throwing, I mean, they got this. And if they don't, at least I have the Wending Grace so I can ult them. Oh, wait. I got you guys! Kill him! Guardian's so good! Woohoo! Yippee! Yeah, baby! Do I have the bow emote? You're so good, Raider. Oh, that was horrible, man. That Raider did so good. Thanks for the carry. I got carried so freaking hard there. That's just incredible. I got carried so hard in that match. Like I was going for the floor build that run. That Raider was doing so good. You know, his ult is so good for rezzing though. It's actually kind of crazy. Yeah, he had a rough start, but man, I had a good build there too, but fuck, I think the problem is, well, okay, the problem is I just played like shit, but apart from that, I really need to, like, I need to be way more careful on Everdark Libra. Or just in general. I don't know, man. That was like, it was brutal. I get rezzed, I heal up to full, I go for one swing, and then there's a circle beneath me. And dude, just the Guardian dodge on that circle is so bad. I mean, you have to dodge later, because like, I swear, so many of the times I've dodged that circle on Guardian, you can block the circle, but it does like half of your health and does madness build up. You procced madness twice somehow. I saw that. Did you have madness on your bow or something? No, the circle isn't undodgeable, but man, I don't think I've been carried harder than that match. That was ridiculous. I'm gonna get carried again. Guardian is just, I don't know, man. I played like ass though. You really feel the. So for those who don't know, Guardian has, I think, 3 less iframes than every other class in the game. Well, like with a normal dodge. Like, what's crazy, I think Guardian's dodge is 10 iframes. And then I think the normal dodges are 13, and then Duchess has like 20 iframes or something, or like. Well, yeah, you have less iframes, and the dodge distance is like 2 inches. So that circle is just you have to dodge. Like, I feel like most classes it's pretty easy to dodge out of the circle. But like Guardian, you have to dodge it perfectly. You can block the circles on the ground, but I feel like it's not worth it because you get madness build up. Maybe I'll play a different class, man. That was, I mean, the run was good during the day. Maybe I'll do Duchess. One of the most stressful fights you've had? Yeah, well, you guys did insanely well. You only went down once. I have Hoarfrost Stomp. And then I actually have some pretty cracked relics for Duchess. Another Duchess with hacked relics. Yeah, I don't have Dormant Power Discover Stabs. I think I have it on another relic. I could probably put it in the build, maybe. Wilder is so good. I feel like what makes Wilder so good for Deep of Night is just you get a free death. And that's like so valuable. Dude, I wish my game wasn't running like shit though. I don't know. Honestly, I think my PC just needs to be restarted. Yeah, no, I'm not talking about like ping, by the way. I was just about to dodge, man. Guys. Wait, where's our guardian? Did he leave? Oh no. Fell down. I'll do the Everjail. I don't think I got the... I don't think I got the effect. This lag, it feels so bad though, I'm not gonna lie. We should grab this church. Or the circle closes. I don't think I have the one that like makes my... Oh. What, spam the ult? Yumi, are you talking about? My game feels so bad though, it's so messed up. Oh my god, this guy is so... Oh. Guardian? Good. Dude, this fucking FPS, like, I mean, okay, I don't want to blame it on the FPS, but bro, I'm at 40 FPS. The game's running in like slow motion sometimes, dude. Revenant, do you not even have spells? Why am I never restaging? I don't know, because my game's running at fucking 2 FPS and I'm just triggered as fuck right now. Oh my god, dude. I just like, I'm having I need to restart my PC, dude. It's just, it feels so fucking shit to play like this. Do we even get the kill now, or are we cooked? That's great. That's fantastic. Oh, why is my game so laggy? Hold on, let me turn on... I'm gonna turn on park control. Maybe that'll help. Sorry guys, I was... trying to make my game not feel like complete and utter dog shit. Alright, Guardian. Honestly, dude, okay, I don't want to die here, but, like, I wouldn't even care at this point. I'm just... I can't play the game like this. It just feels so bad. Guardian. Thanks, buddy. Oh. Why am I not restaging, dude? I'm sorry. I'm just... I don't know what I'm doing, chat. I don't play Duchess enough. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting. Oops, my bad. Imagine dying to Centipede Demon. You know, funny enough though, the park control did seem to help a bit. Does everybody here have Evergaol? Apparently not. Wait, are we... Oh, nice. I love getting one shot. Good thing these guys aren't red. Oh, I'm so sorry, team. Maybe we don't fight this guy. Yeah. I have a fire spell, but I don't deal fire. I'm so greedy, man. God dang it. Wish I had a damage negation at full health perk. I don't know what's going on with AI, but I'll take it. Yeah, Duchess is really good. You're also very squishy. Taking HP on every single relic. Yeah, I don't know. It's like you either need to go for damage or you need to go for survivability. Oh, nice. And Revenant's not even here. Well, that's good. The thing is, chat, more HP ain't gonna do shit for me here. I have a perma 15% debuff to damage. Do I have the... Do I? Oh my god, just randomly swings. I don't even think I've seen this guy doing guard counters, but whatever. Everything else was crap anyways. Losing the invasion makes everyone take more damage. Are you serious? That's fucking bullshit, actually. Stupid dog. Thought I was gonna die there. Feel like we should go for top boss. I should have kept the Hoarfrost Stomp for the... at least. Come on, apply the Frostbite, Revenant, please. Oh, I ran into the lava. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, thank you. I don't know, I feel like I take this one. Like, I need spellcasting speed. No? But moon? Yeah, but I don't have fucking mana! Well, it's just like, I could take the Karian Regal Scepter, but I'm gonna cast like 4 moons, and then that's gonna be it. Oh, God. Oh, great, now, okay. I have Night Tide damage increase. Oh. I'm dead again. Fuck me, dude. It's just whatever. Just let me die. Just let me die, dude. Oh, this fucking perk is so shit. I was dead no matter what. Unless I dropped it. I thought we could have killed that enemy, but I don't know what everyone was doing. Running, I guess. I have damage, but I'm just gonna get one shot then from everything. I don't even have a frickin' purple weapon. I should have kept Hoarfrost Stomp, dude. Thought he was doing the fire breath. Oh man, having Augur's perk would have been so nice. I feel like I'm doing all of the DPS right now. I mean, I am Duchess, don't get me wrong, but I don't know what this Revenant is doing. Okay, guys. I swear I dodged that, dude. Okay, I was gonna say, I hope Guardian's got his ult. .44 FPS, by the way. Wish I had Hoarfrost Stomp, dude. We need a Frostbite proc, but nobody has Frost except Revenant, but she's not. Sure, I guess I'm dead. I don't know what the hell that was, but guess I'm dead. Good luck, Guardian. That was a good try. Whatever, man. Oh, he's got a Wending Grace. Oh, he's got his ult. Let's go, Guardian. Alright, I'm using a fucking uplifting so I don't get one shot. Oh, good thing I did that. Damn it, dude, I just wanted to... Oh, I thought that was gonna kill me. No fucking way, dude. What the fuck is that? Alright, these guys got this. Oh, maybe not. Oh my god. How, dude? How does he do a 180-degree turn like that? Let's go, Revenant. You can do this, girl. Just go for the kill. Don't fucking res. Oh my god. Let's go, Revenant! Yippee! I'm just glad we didn't die to this boss. Thank God. I gotta say, Duchess is fun. Like, you do so much DPS, but if you don't get defensive perks, you just die in one hit. It's just a fucking no-hit run. Be with Iron Eye? Well, at least Iron Eye has, like, an ability that gives him 10 years of iframes. I mean, to be fair, Duchess's dodge also gives you a lot of iframes, but... Everyone but the tanks at the steps. The thing is, the tanks die in one hit as well if you don't have damage negation at full health. I was playing Guardian. I had 2,100 HP with... but I didn't have, like, damage negation at full health, so I was getting one shot. Shards? Oh, yeah. Well, I forgot. The run is doomed anyways, yeah. I think Revenant's just given up. Nope, no holy weapon. I have a blue staff with slicer. Yippee. And I have no shards. Because I forgot. And Guardian lost his Wending Grace. Alright. Just lock in. I would have died. I would have just died. And fighting bosses in multiplayer, it's so, like... It's so scary. Like, you just don't know what they're gonna do. I'm just so afraid I'm gonna get clipped by his attacks. Oh, I'm so greedy. I thought I could get a third one in. Dude, I'm not sure if... Thought he was gonna do a backswing there. Is he a caster guardian? I'm not sure. Oh, okay. Well, it's time to ult rev. It's so dumb that when you res somebody with the ult, it doesn't... Oh, she's alive. All right, well... Is Guardian even using his Steel Guard? Man, bro, like, what the fuck, dude? I don't think they're gonna be able to. Well, maybe. Good try, guys. One-shot city the entire run. I don't know if there was a single attack I took in that run that didn't one-shot me. I'm just glad we didn't die to the... I'm just glad we didn't die to the day 2 boss. Honestly. The Ulster is tough. I don't really... The problem is, man, I don't actually... Like, even though I've fought these bosses so many times, I haven't fought them where I need to no-hit them, you know what I mean? Well, yeah, the thing is, like, if you're getting one shot, healing becomes pointless. Like, you might as well not even grab flask upgrades because, yeah, you're gonna get one shot regardless. Like, your healing just becomes useless, which kind of sucks. Restart PC, yeah. Turning it when it's so weird too because when I'm in the hub here, it's not lagging at all, but when I'm in the expedition, it's catch strays directed to your teammates, yeah. Yeah, I mean we didn't get a single damage negation perk that last run. It's so painful, man. I got a successive attacks, negate damage. Yeah, but I was using Karyan Slicer. I can't even proc. I guess I could have used the dagger to proc it, maybe. I don't know. Still depth 4, yeah. Oh, now we're way too far away now. Depth 4 is brutal, man. I mean, depth 5 is even harder, but I don't feel like the difference between depth 4 and depth 5 is that much. Yeah. Damage negation perks really are, like, just so important. People in depth 5 are actually good, though. Yeah, people who are in depth 5 are generally, like, very good. I mean, honestly, I've played a lot of Night Rain, but I'm not that good at a lot of the boss fights. Like, I'm okay, but the problem is, it's just the game. Like, this game mode is just so different, you know? Like, you play normal Night Rain and you don't worry about avoiding every single hit. In fact, it's better not, like, sometimes it's better to actually just tank a hit and, like, trade in some cases, but with totally legit relics, yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of cheated relics in depth 5. You don't get full HP negation every run? Yeah. Yeah, I've done save scumming to get relics, but I mean, the thing is, even if you save scum, that doesn't mean you're gonna get good relics. Like, if you want to get a perfect build for a character, you would probably need to roll, like, roll relics for 100, 200 hours straight, if I had to guess. If you actually want, like, a perfect build, it would probably take, like, hundreds of hours of just buying relics and selling them. There's just so much loot bloat in the pool, and then on top of that, like, you could get a god relic, except the curses are terrible, so now it's useless. Yippee. Or you get a really good relic that's the wrong color, and it can't work for your build as well. It's just, there's so many things that just prevent, that just make it so awful. The thing is, chat, for anybody who's save scummed, you will realize how, like, even with save scumming, you could sit. I remember one night I sat there for like an hour just rolling relics, and I don't think I got a single thing that was useful. You know, I've heard apparently like fist build is good with Raider. Well, apparently like fist weapons are really, really good at proccing like successive attacks and charge attacks negate damage. Nothing with Raider stands out over Wilder, yeah. I haven't played Wilder in so long. Stream feels sad. It's not sad, it's just a struggle, man. It's like this relic is good, but then it has repeated evasions, lowers damage negation, and now I don't want to use it. Do an 8-hour stream, save Scuming Relics. Yeah, that sounds so exciting. I mean, Night Invader, Fire Spread, Chilling Mist. With skill use. This is a pretty good build for Wilder, I think. What's a short stream? Dude, we were 1 game away from depth 5, man, and now we're like fucking 5 away. It's just... stack fire damage for the skill. Streaming until depth 5? No. I mean, we already have to play 4 hours if I want to even get depth 5, so... That last game was so painful. And the thing is, it's like, my game's gonna lag again. I have to restart my PC. I don't know, dude. Maybe we should just call it here. Restart the game with admin rights? I don't think that's gonna do anything. Yeah, I don't know, chat. I think I'm just gonna call it here. I wanted to do a short stream and my game's running like shit and we're 5 games away from depth 5 anyways now, so yeah. I'm gonna go out to the store with Larxa and get some groceries and stuff, I think. I'm gonna go restart my PC. Maybe I'll be back later. Maybe I'll try some more games. I don't know. I'm a little demotivated, chat. Not really playing very well either. I mean, I feel like that's part kind of because I'm like tilted, but yeah.